are doing our Ocarina of Time rando today. Let me fix this camera. Nope, that's game capture. Cancel that. Webcam is this one. Here we go. Here we go. All right. So, we have crowd control on. We are just going to do another random everything. Randomize all settings. Because that was fun. And we'll see how far we get today. Ah, I forgot to close Steam. Craps. Let's see what we got. I don't know what that is. I really don't know what that is. Okay. Okay. That's a place to start. Okay, we got rando rocks. Can I lift them? I can lift them. This is good. Got blue goo. Start
Johnny, you son of a bitch!
Johnny, you son of a bitch!
I'll make an announcement of the disc. Fuck me, bro. Oh my fucking god. I got a leg cramp.
Oh, we got
Oh, I got a leg cramp.
Doritos.
Oh, I got a leg cramp. Oh my god, I got a leg cramp.
Only 12 needed, okay. Well, I'm gonna die because one of these is definitely not like the other. Okay, well that one's real. Cool. Okay. Yeah, Johnny, go back to your stream. I'm probably gonna die doing this, but it's fine. Yep. It's fine. It's fine. God damn it. How many ice traps are in this one? It feels like there's too many. Dude, Johnny's getting scared by everything and it's freaking hilarious. This is gonna have a high death count. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Okay, so this is vanilla entrance. Cool. Okay. Let me check pots. Pots are normal. At least these pots are normal, I should say. Oh, and I started with an ocarina. And a sword? Interesting. Actually, you know what? Let's follow this. We'll follow this. Okay, so entrances are rando. My spawn is just or entrances aren't rando. My spawn is just rando. Okay. Can't swim, so don't try. Hang on. Oh. God dang it. There's so many freaking ice traps. There's a Magnemite in chat. Catch that Pokemon.
B12 OG. B12 OG. B12 OG.
Hey, Groovy. Welcome in. How are you? Is this Oops All Ice checks? Been playing Mario Rabbids. Oh, I hope you've been enjoying that.
You were close.
This literally feels like every check other than the Triforce pieces and lifting stuff has been ice traps. Holy sweet baby Jesus. Oh, right, can't swim. It's fine. It's fine. Right, can't open chests. Heckin' rude. It's the only one where I'm like, I don't know if that's really the saw or not. Doesn't matter, I don't have wallet, so. This is fine, this is fine, everything is fine. I don't know what that is. Okay. Just be able to jump there. Cool. Thank you for the knockback. That's fun. Where am I gonna land? I am outside the woods. Cool. That was a fun little adventure we just went on. Alright, let's hop up here. Where to go? Oh my god, how many freaking ice traps, man? How many freaking ice traps? So many. Okay, so that was real. That one was real. I did. Oh, I can't crawl! I literally just made it right at the start of the stream. This is all completely randomized settings. I hope that they add some of these settings to Archipelago, because, like, the crawl and swim and chest open would be really fun. You know what? Okay, so we got all our buttons, so there's that. I don't have any way to check Deku. We can do Ocarina memory game. Where is that? Also, yes, for those in chat or lurking, we are still fundraising for 1000 Dreams Fund for the Dream Girl Summer. We currently have $100 raised. Nice, man. We are $475 away from Johnny getting to pie me in the face. I think we will probably do chat picks, the new merch on Friday. I didn't have time to look at options and everything and figure out what options you guys had as of yet, before today. So I should have time to do that by Friday. But that's what you guys got when you hit the $100. If you guys are interested, I did post the goals in my Discord under the fundraisers channel, but for 200 we will do a community Mecha Chameleon night. For 300 I will finish the remaining spicy Skittles gummies, which, yeah, they're still gummy. They're not in the, they don't feel the best, but there's a lot in this bag yet, and I will finish them in one sitting if we hit that $300. As soon as we hit that $300. $400 I will do a future diamond painting stream. That will likely be like a Friday stream because I know that would be a good one for when people are at work, so that, you know, they can lurk and listen to some music and me chatting while we all, you know, go work, basically. And at $500, I will do a diamond painting coaster giveaway. And I have those right here. They are not completed, but this is what they look like. They're all like different leaves. They're really pretty. I really enjoy them. I think I have like 3 left to do, so they won't really take me long. I just have to get my butt in gear and do them. And then if we hit 575, which is 2,000 raised on Tiltify in total, Johnny will drive up and pie me in the face. And originally it was just going to be I will pie myself in the face, you know, nicely, gently, maybe get a little bit up my nose. Then Johnny came up with the brilliant idea of him driving up and, like, smashing it in my face. So, you know, that's a whole thing, too. But in order for that to happen, it has to be hit. So, if you guys want that to happen, hit that donate link. Johnny was talking about taking out a loan to hit it. I don't think he's listening today because he's got Stunty and Super in his ear, so... Aha, Johnny. Oh, he is listening. Oh my god, the amount of ice traps in this seed. Holy cow. There's been so many. Let's go through to Sacred Forest Meadow before we go back to Death Mountain. I don't know why it says I have so much more in logic than I do. Because, like, I can't do target in the woods. I don't have anything to you know, go pew pew. My god. This is literally like oops all ice traps. This is fine. Who trusted Johnny with a gun? Crap. Right, I can't swim. Yeah, I wasn't gonna put this on, but fine. There you go. Okay. Never mind. This is not available. See, like, this is why I'm like, what the frick? Why is it saying that things are available and things are not available? There's an Obstagoon in chat. Catch that Pokemon. It's part of the event. Yeah. I don't have Zelda's letter. Why is it saying it's available? That's interesting. Whatever. Alright, let's check if fairies are randoed. Whoa, okay, well this is not fairies. Okay. 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 What? Bushes are randoed, not trees? That's wild. That's wild. Okay. That was probably the best I've ever killed one of those. That was like an insulting ice trap with it being just a freaking green rupee. Okay, more bushes on this side. Okay. Lake Hylia Bean Soul? That's interesting. So we find, instead of finding beans to plant, we actually find the beans planted. Interesting. Interesting. I just heard Johnny go, Stunty, you have my gun? And just like the biggest pause, and then Stunty going, no. Alright. Okay. Oh man, remembering where all these bushes are is gonna be difficult. Oh, good. Okay. Ooh, hook shot. Alright, so that is a nice trap, so we're gonna skip that. Because I already have that medallion, so we know it's a nice trap. Johnny, stop shooting people. Stop it. I see you shooting people. Graveyard Bean Soul, that's a good one to find. Honestly, the Lake Hylia one was a good one to find too. This is gonna be swimming. Yeah, 'cause... Yeah, okay. So crates are rando. That's gonna be fun. It's fine. It's fine. Everything is fine. Johnny's not gonna get to pie me in the face. Ha ha. Ha ha. Johnny can't find me in my face.
12:13. I don't want. This is gonna take for
Ooh, actual silver gauntlets. Okay, cool. Oh no, chicken's still there. Can I make this work? Nope. Okay. Johnny, did Stunty notice the poster yet? Oh. Well, that doesn't count. It's cheating. And we die. Oh, Johnny doesn't know. Oh. God. This one's the one I missed. Okay. Someone just scared the crap out of Johnny. Probably literally. There's Eradicate in chat. Catch that Pokemon. It's part of the event. And also...
B12 OG. B12 OG. B12 OG.
Good job, chat. You scared Johnny. Proud of you. And now Johnny has to pee because he's a tiny tank. Okay. Yeah, I don't really understand how ice traps can really work in Death Mountain Crater, because, I mean, it's a freaking volcano. Hello. Does Johnny really have to pee, or did he already pee now? Three more to go. We might be able to do another one today. remember if there were any rocks on these. I don't think so. No, okay. So let's talk to this guy, see where he's gonna take us. Boobar, thank you for the hug. I hug you back.
Big guy.
Okay.
Oh, I want to follow that axe. Follow that axe. Sorry.
I don't know, Johnny. Sounds like it's working to me. This house key, okay. Okay, so that's not rando. Cool. But as a reminder, chat, we are still fundraising for 1000 Dreams Fund. Johnny wants to pie me in the face if we hit $575 raised. I don't know. I don't think we're gonna hit that. So suck it, Johnny. Haha, Johnny, suck it. It is so much fun to talk to him about it, too. Just saying. It really is. Johnny. But also, if you guys are curious about what the money goes towards for 1000 Dreams Fund, you can do !1DF, but it is for, this fundraiser is for all of their different programs, so it's not even just for the Broadcaster Initiative, which is for women in esports and content creation. It's also for like their student ambassadors, their women in STEM. It's for so many amazing programs that really all deserve funding. So that's why it's Dream Girl Summer. It's for everyone. Thank you, Fubar, for the explosion. Baby, you're a firework. And right now, I think last I checked, we were at 4,000 something raised. Let me look. Since we have to wait for daytime anyway. Let me refresh. We're at $4,244.64 raised overall, which is absolutely incredible. It really is. This is the first time they're doing a Dream Girl Summer. There is some merch that is also available, but also if they hit that $5,000, they're gonna do a bundle, a merch bundle giveaway with which you can actually enter as a donor yourself. That is, you have to add it to your cart when you donate. It would be $5, so anything $5 and above. Which absolutely incredible. absolutely incredible. And every $25 that I would raise, so like I have $100 right now. Every $25 I raise is an entry towards an all-expense paid trip to DC, which is amazing that they're doing that this time around too. So I have 4 entries right now, which is just beyond me. Like, I can't believe that. Which also puts me closer to Johnny. And he said if I'm one of the people who gets chosen for that, he will drive to DC to do the meetup with everyone with 1DF and pie me there. Which I think Kayla was really excited about as well. And I don't know how I feel about that. But I think Kayla would just like to see someone else get their face pied for once in person. Johnny just confirmed that yes, he will pie me in Washington, D.C. if that is the case. Freaking Johnny. Freaking Johnny. Freaking Johnny. Do we have daytime? Okay, it did turn. Cool. Right, there we go. I can't crawl! Son of a Dickens. I mean, I guess that is a way I could get all of those. I feel like that. Although it's not expecting me to do that, I don't think. Johnny needs an adult. Okay, so I can't even do Richard right now. Okay. Is Johnny now imagining someone coming onto him right now? Can I just get my bunny hood? I just want my bunny hood so I can run fast. Yeah, I don't know, Johnny. Doesn't look good for you. Doesn't look good for you pieing me. Haha, Johnny. Haha. I'm safe from the pie. So safe from the pie. Oh my god. Stay on the freaking platform, thank you. It's a freaking game. Oh, Johnny can see it. Oh. There's an Orangaroo in chat. Catch that Pokemon. Okay, cool. Cool. Okay, so it doesn't show the bean sprout soul on my end, so interesting.
You were close.
Okay. Let's quickly pop back in before it gets daytime so that we can pull the other grave and check the other grotto. My contact just shifted. Everything went blurry for like 2 seconds. Does Johnny keep shooting people? Two more Triforce pieces to go. Yeah, we'll probably be able to do another one. What's up, big guy? Oh, okay. Thank you.
All I'm supposed to do with water is the energy.
I don't know, big guy.
I need to somehow like
You gotta find stuff to use it on.
that.
Oh.
There's no way I can use this. Trying to like keep this from something. And something.
Is this actual swim? It's actual swim! I can swim!
Trying to use this.
There's so much trolling in this game. Oh my god. Back tower key. Okay. That's for Lon Lon Ranch. Okay. Okay. Damn it. Please hold. There must be. There's something I must do. I just scared the poop out of Johnny. Oh, that was so satisfying. Oh, I can't open chests.
It's not gonna work. Come on, it's not gonna work. That was awesome.
You want to say hi, Johnny?
Hi, Johnny Poopy. But and look at this. Looks like a spike. It's actually a gem. Now look at it.
Mm-hmm.
I need help. Reading this level.
Johnny said hi.
Hi, Johnny Poopy Butt.
I don't trust that that's a progressive scale because it says progressive pearl in the tracker, and that just seems a little sus now. What? I can't do it right now, Big Eye. Mommy's playing.
The cow.
don't think I can reach this, but I'm just curious if I can. No, probably maybe with the bunny hood, but not without it. Okay.
Like a bowling ball. Like a bowling ball. And a marble. Like a marble.
That's not what I wanted to see at all.
Oh.
Okay. Now we're just jumping dungeon to dungeon. Okay.
Like a marble.
Big guy. Okay.
Marble. Like. No. I don't care about. Get me out of there.
Okay, so these fairies are just normal. I can't open any chests, so I don't think there's anything I can do in here. Oh.
Just play every day. Just play every day. 3,000 energy. Why am I supposed to use this? Use this up. Bye. No, what did you play? Boom.
Icicles are new. What, big guy? Okay. Okay, big guy. Whatever. I can't help you with your game, okay? I can't help you with your game. That's locked. You can't use that.
I don't unlock that. I think I unlock those two. Wait. That's free. Do this thing. That one. Egg.
I need one more Triforce piece. And I'm hoping that that's just the end. Because there's just so many ice traps in this game.
Now look it.
What, big guy? Nope. Okay, cool. It's not. Alright.
Now look it.
What, big guy? Okay. Okay.
Thingy. What the fuck? Game over. Failed. How did that game failed? How did it be failed? Second. First. No, not. Mom, I want to get 100 gems. Because I want 450 energy to get everything. doesn't look good. This doesn't look good. That's for those. That's not good. What was it? What was I saying? Oh, come on. Hi, Kirby. You guys level?
Alright. Big guy.
It's super Kirby. What the? What's happened?
Big guy, this is the only time I'm gonna help you, okay?
Super hard.
Mommy's told you before, I can't help you play this when I'm streaming, okay?
First try. Only. Mom, first try. Only. First try only. As a game moves and you can make a bomb. That thing will help you. Like those things. And get you. Swat that beam. One shot only. That's massive. No. Only 26 tries.
Johnny got scared again.
2 shots.
You were close.
Oh my goodness, this taco wood. That's super hard.
I don't know, big guy. I can't do this right now. Mommy's streaming, okay? Mommy's told you before that I can't do that when I'm streaming.
I'm gonna do the ear. The cold
We'll try it again later.
I'm gonna do the cold ear again. No.
Alright, so that Triforce hunt was just for GT Big Key. So that's unfortunate.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Let's zoom in. I'm zooming in. I'm zooming in.
My goodness. Good.
I'm touching that arrow, but it's not moving. Oh, there we go.
Okay, that's good.
That's unfortunate. No,
These are randomized. Okay.
I only have 1 star left. Dead. Continue. That's cool.
Okay, I don't have anything to shoot that with, so. Okay.
Yeah. I did it. Uh-oh. Another hand level. Heck. It.
That one was just the water pendant again, which is a ice trap, so not even gonna bother. Hey, boss dude, welcome in. How are you? I hope you're having a good day. I'm doing alright. Okay, so this one is that.
Mom, look it. It says it's a hard level.
Mm.
It's not anymore. Oh, I completed the hard level. Otherwise, I'm going to get 120 either. There you go.
Okay, so those are gonna be hook shot spots, so I can't do that. Can't do that. Can't do that. Can't do that. Okay. Cool. That works. Yay, death warping.
Stop! Eat that.
Okay.
I can just fall asleep. Well, 59. Oh, God.
That's not close enough. That was silly.
No, you're not close enough.
Big Eye, it's 1 o'clock.
8 o'clock.
It's 1 o'clock. You know what happens at 1 o'clock?
Zero.
It's snack time.
With the puppy.
I would like to be able to open chests. That would be really just amazing.
But you can't.
But I can't.
But I hate that.
Dungeon pots, Rando. Cool. Actual hover boots. Let's go.
Mm.
The amount of ice traps, guys. Please stop pushing that.
The amount of boats.
Big Eye.
Mouth.
Yeah, I'd seen your messages. I'm sorry you're feeling crappy, Nix. I hope you feel better soon. But I appreciate you popping in. Yeah, definitely hydrate and rest. There's an Azumarill in chat. Catch that Pokemon. Ask a joke, lick my enemy. What? What? Sounds like something Johnny would say. Johnny, you're cursing an awful lot. Just so you know.
Why did this close on you?
Stunty's gonna ban you from co-streaming with her.
Yeah, ban.
Okay, good.
Yeah. I did say hello. What just happened?
I mean, I regularly get sneezed on by kids, so...
You were close.
Yeah. Well, it's like con crud. Like anytime you go to a convention, you come back and you're sick. All those people in one place. Oh, so it was your time. It was your time to be taken out.
Like a boat. Like a boaty. And I put the cursing on it. I want that to go back here.
Hey, Minato! Welcome in. How are you?
That was easy to get down.
I'm doing alright. Dang it.
One stuff. Here's an E2.
Where am I getting paid?
I don't think it's level, Mom.
Where am I getting paid?
I'm all gonna nap with you. I'm all gonna nap with you.
Happy Wednesday.
Sup? Sup?
Okay. Ah, Cody chose violence. Thanks, Cody. Actually, I should be able to do more here now. This technically isn't even my starting location.
Okay, like the last time I was in Florida, I was like about an
I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't
north of
choose
Orlando near
violence.
the villages, and there's nothing but all
Orlando.
beach.
What you talking about, Cody? Cody, what don't you know about me? Cody? Cody? Cody?
Why? Come on. It's okay.
I am a sweet innocent being.
That's good.
Renato agrees with me.
No. 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 No.
Big guy. Stop. How dare you call Renato a liar, Johnny?
How dare you? How dare him?
It's cute that you think Johnny goes to therapy. Think someone that messed up goes to therapy? I'm kidding. It's just funny to mess with him. What? Cody, you crashed my game.
Cody, why would you do that?
Oops.
You're back there again. Before.
You're not sorry. Don't even try and oops me.
You're not pro. And poopy. Only the poopy butt.
Let me refund you that wall master though, because you didn't really get to use that one. It's the only one you're getting refunded though.
We're gonna
Do not pinch me, big guy.
I'm gonna miss you.
No, mommy's not going anywhere till tomorrow morning, and you're probably gonna still be asleep.
We're Where are you going?
Mommy has a doctor's appointment. Because Mommy cannot do this medicine. Even on the
Yucky
half
medicine.
dose.
Yucky medicine.
It is yucky medicine.
I hate the medicine.
No, actually it works really well for other people, just not for me.
Sour. Oh.
Doomies!
I'm gonna keep all this. Yeah.
Whee!
What?
Oh, this is gonna be fun with the super speed. But yes, it is still bad. I got hit with an anxiety attack halfway through Act 1 of Hades Town, and it stayed until part of Act 2. And my mom was like, I'm sorry, I didn't know what was happening. I was like, that's fine. I didn't want to bother you while you were watching the movie. Whee! Cody doesn't want me to go slow. Cody wants me to play Sonic. No slow, only run. Also, Cody, which mode do you want? Do you want shops again, or do you want key sanity? Because I really don't care. Well, you pick. I picked last time. You kind of hate keys. All right, I'll take keys again. I like keys.
I hate you.
I don't like when it's not key sanity.
This stays until the even end.
Okay, but what don't you kind of hate?
They. And
I meant in randomizer. Raru's sing along. That's funny.
I turn it off. I turn it off.
It's snack time, kiddos.
Yeah, because my tablet is low.
You don't hate watching others play it. Okay. What settings don't you hate playing yourself?
I hate this.
Okay, big guy, come on. Yeah, well, that's why you shouldn't really sit here. Gas boots, open, ludicrous speed. Because you just want to go fast. Must go faster. Found a stick bag. What? Yes.
The reason we're at afternoon snack.
Right, Doritos are for evening snacks.
Yeah.
This is the afternoon snack, big guy.
One,
You only grabbed one? Was there only one left?
yeah.
Okay.
That's the afternoon snack and also muffin. That's all.
There's a Pupitar in chat. Catch that Pokemon. It's part of the event. Inside voice, please. Inside voice, please. Okay, your snack's right there. I have no idea what's in this kid today, but holy crap. They need to bottle it and sell it. Johnny keeps saying back door and it's making me uncomfortable. No, I should have hopped out there. Son of a dickens. 'Cause I don't have bombs. Cody! Cody! You kept saying back door and it was making me uncomfortable, Johnny. Hi, Cody. As long as no one's knocking on your back door. Mm. Whoopsies! Yes, that's totally what that means, Cody. Yep. 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 Also, thank you for providing me with more information that I totally don't need to know for any reason whatsoever. Yes, as another periodic reminder, we are fundraising for 1000 Dreams Fund today. We are currently $475 away from our hugest goal, which is where Johnny will drive up and pie me in the face. Yes, it's gonna be so fun. He is so excited about it. It's gonna be super painful for me. If you guys want to see that, click that donation link. If you don't want to see that, I appreciate you. Johnny does not. Hilariously, Johnny is actually like really salty about the fact that people are so willing to see him suffer and not as willing to see me suffer. And I think it's just freaking hilarious. Hi, Malum. Speaking of suffering. You watch me on the struggle bus every day. I mean, not as much as him.
It's funny because I just like
Neat. That's not all the chickens. Oh, we got some keys. They gotta catch me first. They gotta catch me first. Alright. You two joining forces is not fair. I can't tell if that was an actual death or someone tried to kill me. It appears that you fell down and died. Said who?
And now it's time for Words of Wisdom with Mellums.
There's Mellums. Come on, Cody, you had to expect that one. I knew. I knew it was coming. What, big guy? What? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, Cody, I don't know why you think that we're unpredictable. I mean, I totally won't have a second pie ready to pie Johnny back in the face, guys. You know, that totally won't be a thing. Now I gotta close Johnny's tab because I have 2 stunt teas in. Oh wait, he didn't raid out yet. He's so slow. He's so slow. You really did hand that one like on a silver platter. Wait. Don't play from game capture, play from game itself. Okay. Oh, there's a rock up here. I don't know, Johnny. I don't think it's looking good for you pieing me in the face. Haha. Haha, Johnny. Haha. I don't even know what all keys I have because I don't have a way to check. Do I have this one yet? No. Okay. Yeah, when you make a comment like, haha, it looks like you fell down and died. You should carry both of your parents around and introduce them to people. Hi, I'm Cody. This is my mom and dad. They don't talk much, but that's what makes them great. Can't do that. Okie dokie, Melums! Thank you for popping in and causing some chaos. Appreciate you. Oh yeah, I did get stick bag. That's right. Oh, I could have done this though. Well. Love you, Melums. Oh my god, Cody, we could totally get you a baby carrier that's like meant for twins. So you can just carry the urns forever. That's funny. I still can't open chests. I still can't open chests. There's a Growlithe in chat. Catch that Pokemon. It's part of the event. And also...
B12. OG.
Okay, I have 2 stunties open now. Okay, there we go. Okay, so stable's open. I don't think there's anything in here for me to do, though. No. Oh, it's a Hisuian Growlithe. My bad. It looks weird, just as a warning. Okay, here we go. Dang it! Nice catch, Jonathan and Cody. Y'all caught the Growlithe as well. Horsey. That's a wall. Johnny. What? Why am I getting pinged? I mean, I don't know what to tell you, Johnny. I don't know why you're doubting yourself so much with the Starlight stuff. Literally, you have been told you're basically a shoo-in. You have literally been told you're basically a shoo-in. You fucking raised $1,000. Hello? No, I can't go in there anyway. I don't have crawl. No, nope, I don't have enough dive. That's just a rupee anyway. This one has been a lot of ice traps. Lots and lots of ice traps. I did mention ice traps, yes. Multiple times, yes. Because it's been all, like, nothing but ice traps, yes. I wonder if Temple of Time's open and if that does anything for me, really. Oh, there's bushes yet that I need to check as a kid. Child northern bush. I don't know what that is. You didn't have to have my stream open. You were actively co-streaming with people. Thanks, Cody. Wait, which bush here did I miss? Sure, Johnny, sure. 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 Cody, just know you're asking for a lot of shit later. Hi, Cedric! Welcome in, how are you? Also, Cody, there may be some Mecha Chameleon later if you're interested. Yes. This might set your computer on fire. Especially if I use it. Is there any other child southern bush? Sounds so wrong. Just putting southern bush together is also just wrong. Oh, I just saw the UPS truck drive by. I think my monitor arms arrived. Yay! So this updated version of ship is definitely more stable, but Cody did learn if you send too many things at once, it can crash. So thanks, Cody. Thanks for that. We did learn that the hard way. And I wonder if it was just the Wallmaster being in the fountain. I wonder if that literally was just like, I can't do this. I don't know what you want. Yes, lots of chickens. I see that. Hello. Okay. Bushes, bushes, bushes. Go away, stall kids. We don't need you. Zero. Hearts, please, thank you. Okay. Yes, if anyone's wondering what I meant by it's mostly ice traps and you weren't here before, this is what I mean. This is all just been ice traps. That's literally what this has been. I have done 286 checks, and I don't have many items to show for it. Wow, an actual song! What's that like? Alright, can I get hearts from one of these trees, please? Maybe? Okay, big girl. Berry, yes please. Ah, the sound of my childhood. I appreciate you, thank you for that. I feel like a kid again. Mom, get off the phone, I want to play a game. And talk to my friends on the interwebs. I need hearts, thank you. Before I can check more bushes. Back to the bush hunt. There's a Venipede in chat. Catch that Pokemon as part of the event. Double damage? Cody, you really suck. Nice catch, Cody and Cedric. Thanks for the invincibility, Johnny. I'm not going to be able to use it, but thank you. I appreciate the thought. Johnny's now just spamming invincibility. Yeah, Cody decided to suck little. Way to go, Cody. Way to go. Alright, that's all done. That all the bushes. That's all of the bushes. Okay. We never did the bridge. We never did the, like, Hylia stuff, which we can do now. Cody, I'm gonna, like, rescind my invite for tonight soon. I'm kidding. Okie dokie, Johnny. Thank you for the lurk. Yeah, sure, your finger slipped. Sure. Sure, Cody. Just you wait. Just you wait. That's all I'm gonna say. Just you wait, Cody. No, I can't dive that far. That's right. Okay. Okay. Well, just as a reminder, I have to get the kids to bed at 9:30, so... And I won't be staying up late because my appointment's 7:30 in the morning. Hi, Sai. Welcome in. How you doing?
you're doing the. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, I know. I saw you suggested like 7:38. That's why I'm like, well, you'll get me for like an hour and a half, and then I'll have to leave to get the kids to bed, and then who knows how long that's gonna take. Plus, I'm also still taking care of a neighbor's dog, so and the kittens. So, just so you know, I'm in and out. You're probably not gonna get much time then. Just saying. Well, see what time everyone else is available. Yeah, the chicken storm has been a favorite for today. That and just the yeet. The massive yeet. What's up, big guy? I mean, there are cuckoos in the game. Chicken, 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 chicken. I also personally adore that Kojiro and the little random chicken you get from Malin in the beginning are facing opposite directions. It makes me smile. I kind of wish they were flip-flop though, because I feel like Kid's Quest should be first. But that's not that's just me. I don't make this. Chicken, 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 chicken. Yoink. Big guy, nothing in your mouth, okay? Let's see. What can we get here? A heart. There's my open chests. I can't reach it. No, that's so mean. It's fine. Let's go swimming. Maybe our second scale's over there. No, wait. Do I have the key? Do I have the key? Well, we have a rock over here. We have to check anyway. I don't remember if I have this key. Thank you for the lurk, Sai. I appreciate you. I don't have this key. Son of a... It's fine. Everything's fine. scratched open something. That's unfortunate. Alright, you know what? Out of curiosity, does this get me somewhere? Okay. Um, I don't know how I'm gonna break that chest. Or that crate. I don't really know how I'm gonna do that. Oh, just like that. Okay, cool. The amount of ice traps. Like, I hope that I can find... I hope I can figure out how I can check how many there were in this seed, because it's absolutely ridiculous. It feels like it's absolutely ridiculous. There should be a ton of crates up by the horseback archery area. We should check. It psychs me out so much. There's a Blitzel in chat. Catch that Pokemon. Water Temple Bosky, okay. Can't do anything with that, but cool. That one was in Spanish. Yes, as a reminder, I am still fundraising for 1000 Dreams Fund. If you guys want to see Johnny pie me in the face, we have to hit $575. Friday we will do the chat chooses a new merch item, which will be in my fourth wall store. And then if we hit 300, no, if we hit 200, it'll be a Mecha Chameleon community night. If we hit 300, whenever we hit that, I will finish the rest of this bag of Skittles spicy gummies, which there's quite a few left of. So
You were close.
have at that. If we hit 400, there will be a future Diamond Dots stream. Don't know when, but there will be a future one. And if we hit 500, there will be a giveaway for this coaster kit, which, well, the coaster set. I will have them completed, so you don't even have to worry about completing them. But they're really pretty. They're all basically, they're all different kinds of leaves. They're all really pretty. I think I have like 3 left to do, so it'll probably only take me not even an hour to finish them, probably. I just have to finish them. But yeah, those are all of the milestones on the path to 575. That was an interesting thing. Yee! Johnny, go away! My wife needs the computer. Go away. Okay, I don't think as a kid I can get that one. She's taking the PC at 6 too. So, okay. Okay. I think that's something I already have, yeah. So... where is that? I don't know which crate that is. Rapsicles. Okay. I invited Cody, but they have not said anything, so. They just don't like me, it's fine. I think I got left behind in the raid on Stunty. I did. That's sad. Okay. I wonder if that's one I have to bomb or something. You're an idiot? For what reason this time? You are an idiot. Even I know that one. There's no crate up here. There must not be one when you're a kid. Go away. During the next ad break, I will go on an extended ad break, to feed the kittens. Just as a heads up. Yeah. I mean, probably not. I mean, it's just easier, Johnny. Chat's literally right there then. I don't know what your issue is with my Chrome, not my Chromecast, my capture card setup. It's efficient. You know what? Oh, I don't have magic, never mind. Not everyone can have 4 monitors, Johnny. Well, no, you're saying that it annoys you, meaning it's an issue to you. Otherwise, it wouldn't annoy you. I don't know if I can do this room as a kid. Because these guys just take too many hits. Sure. Keep telling yourself that. Oh, okay. Alright, those aren't randoed. Cool. That's okay. Still can't open chests. So I shouldn't really bother going that way. What, big guy? You're over there under your blankie. Big Guy Mommy's trying to stream, okay? Guess what, Big Guy? We got your time for your bus. So I can't do that because I can't open chest. I don't think I can jump high enough for that. Oh, okay. Apparently you can. Okay, okay. I don't have anything to hit the eye either. "23 is number 1! Okay, well. There's surprisingly very little I can do in here without being able to open chests. Reverse controls, yep. I still don't think there's anything I can do in here right now. Okay. There's a Shujinja in chat. Catch that Pokemon as part of the event. 4 Iron Boots. This is about to be painful. Okay. Let's get through this. And now we have random wind. Very nice. Okay. Thank you for the 165 stream watch streak, Johnny. What the heck? You apparently haven't been in here the whole time. You probably had too many tabs open if I had to guess. Oh. Don't know what to tell you then.
No.
Hey, Rexter. Thank you for the mighty eagle. How you doing? Alright, let's...
Damn.
There we go. Okay. Oh, I can get that pot. Oh, well. I don't need any more of those. I have 22. Okay, so... Good to know that I can push this as a kid, too. Cool. Yeah, I don't really like pet names like that. They make me uncomfortable. But I can't jump up. That's gonna be the problem. Okay. No, and I can't leave. Okay. Fall down the hole! I'm not gonna be able to do anything in shadow either. There we go. Big guy, what's going on? Can't crawl yet. It's fine. Okay. This is also fine. Okay. I guess we go to the bridge and do that bit, and then maybe check if we can be adult. Otherwise, I'm not entirely sure. Not being able to open chests is kind of like really screwing me over right now. But yeah, if y'all want more explanation on why I don't really like that, I don't really like pet names that just kind of limit me down to my looks, because I'm more than just looks. And I don't really like that for anyone else either, personally. And also it makes me feel uncomfortable when it comes from anyone who would be attracted to me. So it's not even just men, it's mostly men, but it would be anyone attracted to me, anyone who could be. Because I am happily married, I don't want that attention. I don't want that kind of attention. I really don't. I've had people come into my chat and be like, hey, will you give me a kiss? I'm like, no. Go away. I've had people come into my chat and be like, hey, you're gorgeous, blah, 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 and then do that kind of stuff, and I don't like that, so I don't condone it here. And that's why it makes me uncomfortable. So that's why Johnny said something. And I'm sure you just thought you were being nice, but, like, not everyone likes that. And that's all. That's all he was saying. Okay, so this is not open, so I am stuck as a kid. Until I have the Song of Time. Okay. So, okay. Okay. You're gonna have to specify, because there's multiple Norberts, Johnny. But I know you mean the little gnome. It looked like it was just like a sleeping gown. Just make one. But yeah, go thrifting. See what you find there. You probably could find a good bit thrifting, honestly. Like that would be like prime thrifting stuff. I still can't crawl, so that would be useless. I don't have any songs. I can get in here. I don't think I can do this yet. Yep, because I can't get into Zelda. I don't know if I have... I do have that one. Okay. Okay. You know, I'm gonna buy this just because I need more life in this seed. Especially with all y'all. And your love of killing me. Let's see. I don't know. Did I get this one yet? No. Okay. What am I missing? Did I ever check the grotto that's over there? I don't know if I did. Hey, Kumi! Thank you!
Got buffed.
Welcome in, how are you doing?
Agonizingly slowly.
Thanks, Johnny.
Because that's how I roll.
Oh yes, we shout out all our friends here. As long as I know you stream, you should get a shout out. There's a Surskit in chat. Catch that Pokemon. We should be almost up to ads. As a reminder, I will have an extended ad break because I have to feed the kittens. Nice try, Johnny. I dodged it. Haha. You know, you guys are using this so much on me that I'm getting really good at it. Just putting it out there. Thank you for the hydrate. Cue Johnny complaining that anytime someone else redeems the hydrate, they get thanked and he gets told to fuck off.
You were close.
It's funny because it's true. Well, Johnny just crashed my game.
Busy making
Hi, you. Welcome
Do
in.
wanna
How
help
are
me
you?
Guess why? You have to be curious.
As riveting as that sounds, no. I
I'm
can't.
going to also like up the autosave.
I'm already terrified. Oh god.
Never mind. I think it's only in like a 3-minute or 3-minute
I
autosave.
hope people hate this.
Hi, Miss Lux. Welcome in. How are you? No, I can't. I can't do that. I can't be nice to Johnny. I'd feel sick. I'm okay. What, Johnny? Oh yeah, there's that too. Wow, we're not the same person, Johnny. Jeez. I know. It's fun. I think we broke it again where now I just have permanent iron boots. Oh my god, Johnny, is this what you walked like as a kid? That one was a little fucked up, I'm sorry. That one was a little fucked up. It was a little fucked up. Alright, we have hit ads. I'm gonna take that quick extended BRB. I'm gonna make the kittens their food and take it down real quick. And we will be back in just in a little while.
Hi, big girl. Ooh, I had voice crack like I'm going through puberty. No, thank you. Please, no. Not again. Although I wouldn't mind growing a little bit more.
Those look like sperm. Am I the only one who sees it? Or did I just like ruin this for everyone? I just ruined this for everyone, didn't I?
You were close.
Yeah, just yeah.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Okay.
That sucks.
Wow.
Terrible.
Oh my god!
So whoever did that lightning, thank you for making sure that super jump was across the jump and I wasn't.
Doesn't matter. You still won.
But whoever threw that,
shell.
whoever threw that blue shell, thank you very much.
Sorry!
My god, Beauty got Mario Kart. It's so hard.
maybe not as expensive since his is fucking ridiculously expensive. And yeah, I said that, Jay. I said it. I said what I said, Jay. There's a wild Chansey in chat. Catch that Pokemon. B12 OG! B12 OG! B12 OG!
Alright, we're here. Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before starting the investigation. The ghost here seems to be linked to a cursed object, so take a closer look. Maybe using it will help your investigation.
Yep, okay, now I upped it. Oh, crap. That's 11 beans. Oh no! I just remembered that. Yay! Oh, there's more. Oh, please clip that. Son of a bitch. I did it! And that was the end. We were that close the entire freaking time. I'm gonna check this one. Really? Yeah? You're saying hi? Yeah! Oh, that was so cute. You gonna say hi again? Can you blow kisses? Oh, you. Do you want to see it eat me? I mean, it probably will, considering I just kind of fucked myself over. Oh god, it's there! I just got eaten by a chicken. You're trying to schmoove your way into a job? You can do it. Okay. That's like useless, but okay. 600 per week for 15 hours of work. Holy crap. I don't want to talk to you because you're just... Oh, you didn't release B. Okay, cool. You got this, Neffy. Oh, a fish! Let's save Obscure! A soul rock appears. Catch that Pokemon. We saved Obscure. It's so heavy. How is it? No! Obscure, how dare you! Oh, I'm so gonna clip that and send that to him and be like, Obscure, how could you? Why you hate me? It's fast for you. B12 says hi.
Hi. Hi, poop.
Oh my goodness. You wanna say hi, Graham?
Hi, Grandpa.
Hi, Graham Poop. Oh my goodness. Blake. Jigglypuff, Jigglypuff. Someone find Verda. She hates Jigglypuff.
Rude. Don't. Mario, I said don't. Mario. It's totally not my fault.
Somebody's
Rig.
still molesting. Stop. Itch. You God.
Yes, how do you guys enjoy this? I missed the H! Shit! I wanna go back. I wanna go back. What did I say last night? I think it was something like, "Oh, Mickey, I don't know how I feel about the title of that game. Hide the pickle? Oh, that doesn't sound fun at all." Let me. I also just appreciate that there's some place called the Janky Junction, and I just assume that Jay.
We're just gonna cryogenize the body by shooting a million snowballs.
Is your smudge safe, Mellums? Is it good?
I believe it's good, yeah.
Why didn't you use it while you were being
Because my brain went, ah!
How did that go?
What? One more time?
Nope. That was it. You know where to find it, but that was it.
Time to clip that for later.
Anyways, though,
I will accept clips of Mellums making a J noise, please and thank you.
That was me.
Everybody poops? Dicks! I don't want to be here. There we go.
Just absolutely lovely stories. Just makes you laugh out loud.
Like everybody poops?
I don't know everybody poops.
Yeah, that's a book. Everybody poops. Everybody poops. Dick.
American
Thanks,
Canadian
Proto.
author.
Top of it, it was kind of funny.
Yeah, it did.
I'm just gonna hold a Cruci and run around.
Dude, what are you doing?
The gate's closed.
Let's not bonk that, please.
This close. And this was.
Is it?
I mean, I don't see it hunting, if that changes anything, but yes, the gate is closed.
Yeah, I don't either.
You were close.
I like getting feet pics, do 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 do. But only in Phasmo, do 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 do. Crank it faster, girl. Crank that soldier boy. Whoa, look at her. Dude, she's neat.
Oh my god.
I saved you.
Followed you.
I saved you.
She just ran back in. Oh my god, did you see her? She like sauntered away, all like head down, a little sad. She's a sad puppy.
Nice catch, B12. Shit! How is this close? How is this close? Oh well, we get the dead ending. Yes. I got a cog out of it. Oh, well that was a fun death. Alright, big guy's awake. I gotta go get him. It's fine. Purple, I think, is AFK.
Ahmed's now standing against the wall, like as if it was like she like in a mugshot. Bro, I was being nice.
That's for killing me.
Who needs the 100?
Hey!
Oh shit!
That's what you get.
Sorry, Deku.
Who needs 100 health?
Oh!
Oh no, you got purple.
Hold on.
A
Initiation.
terrible person.
That was so funny. Yay! I gotta do another one. Oh, it hurts when it's right there. It hurts more when it's... Hey, can I have a hug? Can I have a hug from my big boy? Thanks. Hi, Mama. How are you? How's Daddy? You're pissing her off, huh?
Which shoe did she drop? Oh. Just gonna stand over here. I'll watch you guys.
Neither one is nommed, neither one is nommed, neither one is nommed, nom, 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 nom.
They're even in here, I'm surprised. Is that you?
That is amazing. Oh, and the message. The message is so sweet. Always keep being you, raising funds for amazing causes and being an inspiration to so many. Never stop being you. Thank you, Anonymous. Our current event total is at $8,418.
This time.
Goomba, you calling Sissy Goomba? Oh my god. He just called his sister Goomba. I can't see. Cody, you fucking dick. What's up, big guy? Oh, I hope you guys heard that. That was so cute.
Congratulations, that's really freaking awesome.
Well, sorry, don't mind me. I'm eating Peeps cotton candy.
Okay, wait, cotton candy that tastes like Peeps, or Peeps that are the cotton candy Peeps?
Cotton candy Peeps. I'll send you a picture.
Because I don't like Peeps necessarily, but I tried those cotton candy ones, I think last year or something like that, and those are actually kind of amazing.
So it's literally just a bag of cotton candy that tastes like Peeps.
Oh, okay. I don't think I've seen that before.
Cheers. Get ready to clip. Why did I lick? Why am I licking?
You're a little bit older.
Don't touch the key. Don't touch the key. I touched the fucking key. Hey, B12. You guys? Yeah, okay, you got two of them. You got two of them, Canes. Good job.
Guessing.
Bite my crucifix, please. This is thrilling gameplay. Oh no. No. No, thank you. No. I hate that. I hate that. I hate it. I hate. Nope. See, best giggle ever.
No.
I'm gonna clip that one and send it to Jay.
No. Oh,
Yes.
okay, fine. Okay.
Blame it on not having a sword.
Know what? So that Clara can hear naughty daddy. Bless you. That was all over my hands. Yeah, it was. Naughty daddy. Whoa. Say hi to Sprig. Kitten, you're funny. Sayaks.
Oh, that's my head now.
Blue shell.
I'm not in first. I'm happy. Jerk.
Whee!
Well,
Whee!
Dang, I went. Drop his.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I just got ran over.
You did. I watched your pancake self waddle away. I just.
How are you today, bestie? Welcome in.
Explains why it seemed so familiar. It disappears. What the hell, Ratio? What the hell, Ratio? What the hell, Ratio?
We gotta release the rainbow. Thank you. Okay. We are. Thank you, Anonymous, for the $115 donation. We hit our goal. So we're gonna. If you would just listen to me, you would know. There's no way I'm finishing this today. There's no way.
Alright, we're back, y'all. Oh, yeah, sorry, I moved this. And it looks like someone was playing with my stuff while I was gone. Look at that. Alright, let's get that cursor off there. Alright, there's a gold duck in chat. Catch that Pokemon.
B12
It's
OG.
B12 OG.
B12. OG. B12.
Also, guys. Look at what's here. The adapter did not arrive yet. But this part's here. And it is heavy as fuck. It is heavy as fuck. Alright. Let's see. Let's see what we can do here. Right.
You were close.
What the heck? Excuse me, how did something... Big Guy, did you touch my controller while I was gone? Okay. Can you get me a tissue? Can you get me a tissue, please? Thank you. Thank you, sweetheart. That was definitely part of a fruit roll-up. Gross. Anyway. Alright, I'm I'm gonna fix this, because that's definitely glitched again. Alright, so I just triggered it, so hopefully after the 30 seconds it untriggers. Might. Well, that's a chest, though. I'm not gonna be able to open that. I'm not gonna be able to do anything in here. Take it easy, big guy. There's a lot of things you can break over there that are mummies, and mommy will not be happy. And if you break any of daddy's bookshelves, he will not be happy. There we go. Please stop. If you want to run around, go outside. Okay. I don't know what got into you today, big guy, but holy cow. Okay, this just feels weird being a kid and being over here. I can't open chests. Big guy daddy's still sleeping, okay? There's more I can do out here. Not gonna be happy about it, but I can. Okay. That's fun. Wow, that was rude. That was really rude. But, what a way to come in, I guess. Alright, one down. Oh, we're doing it again? Thanks. Listen, I'm here for the trolling. At least drop a follow. Drop a follow, stay around. You're not the only one who trolls me. My own mods do. Cody, what the heck? You triggered a treasure train? Cody, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. You got Jane Doe, you got Hungo, you got Purple Grizzly, Moe, and Sarlacc. Alright, let me get your 5 beans. Dang it, Cody. Thank you. Do you feel— oh, and sure, the first one you get is a freaking Reaper. Here's your Reaper bean for the first one. Get gifted on. I don't— well, yeah, I kind of hate them. They're not my favorite. Habanero. Alright, go ahead. Cedric, thank you for the gifted sub to Fubar. You got another Reaper, big guy? Oh my god, you're trying to kill me. Guys, thank you. Another Reaper. Johnny, thank you for the 15 bits. I don't think that gets you on the treasure train, but thank you anyway. Mr. Rapcha. That's 4. We need 2 more. The suffering earlier was worth it. I guess, if you want to say that. Cayenne.
You like those cayenne.
Alright, 1 more. Give mommy a jalapeno. No, better. So better spin. There you go. I don't know if I ever want to let you spin for me again, but thank you, big guy. Thank you, guys. Whew. Yeah. 3 out of the 6 are Carolina Reaper beans. And don't forget, if we hit $300 raised, I'm gonna eat these. The rest of these. Cedric, thank you for resubbing. Cayenne. Adding it to the end of the line. My nose is already running. Where's that red stuff? Oh, mommy scratched something open. It's a little bit of blood. It's fine. Alright. Alright. Oh my goodness, you chaos gremlins. We're at 5% of a level 3. That is amazing. You guys are crazy. No, but these might. Not yet, Nyx. No, it's spicy beans. I don't even know if I have 20 of the Reapers left. It's the wild thing. Alright, habanero. And then I'm going to try and fight these guys as I work on these beans. And probably get trolled some more. You really do. It's like a special gift. Nope. I didn't shield fast enough. No, you don't, Johnny. Don't directly oh. Because the points one. What if I just turn that off? Alright. Second Reaper Bean. Yeah, you guys were freaking nuts. You guys still have 2 minutes to get in on the treasure train. Which is just wild. It's just wild. You got a treasure train. My dude, trust me when I say that this seed has been trolly enough that you don't need to disable my ledge grab to get for me to get to this place. Alright. So what you're gonna do? You're gonna get a job now so you can make money and pie me in the face. You're not gonna have time to get the money. There's a clay doll in chat. Catch that Pokemon. That's the funny thing. Oh, yeah. Listen, if that's all it takes to get someone to unfollow me. I'm sorry, I don't want to be reduced to my looks. Thank you for the hype train, y'all. You guys are insane. Woo! Okay, well that was fun. Choo choo! Oh my god, Cody. That is a chonky frog. I don't know if I got any. I think I have all of the, yeah, I think I have all of those emotes. Yeah, I collected all the level 2. I think I'm all the way up to level 4. Like, I think I have to get into level 4 in order to get any emotes now. Or complete level 4s to get any emotes.
You were close.
No emotes for you. I think I have that one too, actually. Your milk preview glitched. It might pop up as a Twitch notification at some point. Mine are usually really delayed. Otherwise I go through my hype train emotes and be like, when did I get this one, this one, this one, and this one, and just post them and be like, it's one of these. Don't know which one, but I know it's one of these because I don't remember having these. Where am I getting pinged now? Oh, in this one. Okay. See, like Johnny didn't know he had it. Mine flat out told me that I was missing... Oh, okay. That I was missing, that I have to hit level 4 in order to get the next emotes. Okay, I don't think I have the fishing key, so I can't do that. I don't think I have the lab key, not that there's anything for me to do in there anyway. I know where I need to go. I need to get back to Dodongo's Cavern, because I'm pretty sure that's where progression is, and Cody stole me from there. Not that I know where that one is. Oh, that would make sense. Yeah, I need to hit the one that it keeps showing me for if we ever complete like a level 4 is like an emu dancing, and I'm like, I need it. It's so close to an ostrich that it counts. I do like that one too. That one is very accurate. You know what, what's this? I don't remember what this is. Something I can't open. Because I can't open chests. And if y'all can't tell, I'm really salty about it. They really kind of are, honestly. They're always held within, like, similar pens, if not the same pen. I want to grab the fish. That's what I want to do. Oh, yeah. I think I have both of those as well. Yeah! Okay, because if I end up back in the fountain, I can open Jabu Jabu and see where that takes me to. Okie dokie, Johnny! Thank you for dealing with the something. So what I hear is we're all going to Cedric's house. I don't remember what my path was to get to freaking Zora's Domain, though. It's fine. I don't also remember what my path was to get to Dodongo's Cavern, but It's kind of hard to remember what logic is when when you get warped places, so it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Oh. Huh. Gross. That was not a headline I felt like seeing. Gross. They do. It makes me smile. They're so cute. I wish there was a way to check my keys, but there is no way to check my keys. Like, I know in the other randomizer there is a way, but there is no way here. Other than running up to the door and being like, let me in. I can't even go that way. Let me try resetting. Because I think this should bring me to that really weird starting location. Yes, okay, good. I will say the Goron's making that noise. It's kind of funny to me too. Because it, like, suits them. Oh, so the seed sprout soul is just the dirt patch. That's what we find. That sucks. I was hoping it was more. That sucks. What does going in here do? What does going back out here do? What does going out here do? What does going out here do? I would definitely open that for you, Miss Nix. If the jar is not too big, because I have itty bitty hands. This is Ship of Harkinian, yes. Haha! Perfect. Bless you, big guy. Ship of Harkinian has many different options for you. So you can play it just straight vanilla. You can straight vanilla it. There are enhancements as well. So, like, you don't even need to have these on. You don't, which is nice. But it also has the randomizer. Ship of Harkinian also does Archipelago now, too. So, the multi-world. Which is amazing. Right now what I'm doing is the randomizer. I think there is Master Quest capabilities, but I think there's a specific ROM you need for it, and I don't have that one. which I found out. And I was very confused because the other randomizer has the capability to mix and match Master Quest and vanilla dungeons in it. So I don't really understand how that is able to and this isn't, but I don't try and understand any of it. But you can also like change your graphics to what you prefer as well. So it's highly customizable. For me, it functions better than the other one. Which is why I've kind of stepped away from the other one and just do this one. Also, especially because of the built-in tracker and only having one monitor. The other one, I was using a browser-based tracker, which was great, but is massive and it needed its own screen. So trying to use that one and game on one screen and even try and stream that one, that's a lot more difficult than this is. Like, this is just straight up easy. This also has the capability with crowd control. I do believe my other one would as well because it's BizHawk. I just never tried. This is an interesting place to get to as well. This is not really some place I would want to get to as a kid, but YOLO! I still can't open chests. I don't think there's gonna be much of anything that I can do, because I don't know. He's not gonna be able to get over there. Never mind. There's a Gibble in chat. Catch that Pokemon. It is part of the event. Oh right, Beans. I forgot about Beans. This is a Sriracha. You wanna learn Super Metroid next? Dude, I could never. Like, I beat Super Metroid once. And I think I was at like 7. I think I did it. I think it was like 78% or something like that. And then I tried SMZ3 like an idiot. And I was just like, no. Because I kept getting soft locked. And I was so annoyed. See, the Sriracha one is not that spicy to me. I just really don't like the taste. I actually think it's my least favorite out of all of them, even including the Carolina Reaper. Because I really just don't like the taste. I really just don't. Nice catch, Cedric. You caught the Gibble. Alright, then we got our first of 2 Cayennes. At this point, I'm just trying to see what I can do. Because, there's not much. And I really don't remember how I got to Dodongo's Cavern. Alright, here's the third Reaper bean. Out of 3. Yay me. Actually... I keep forgetting that I have buttons because, you know, I'm not used to having buttons, Cody. You're never gonna live that down, and I love it. Alright, and Cayenne. Alright, there we go. Alright, that was all the beans. Alright. If you want to see me eat more spicy foods, one of these is every sub and every 200 bits. But if we get to $300 raised for 1000 Dreams Fund, I'll finish this whole bag. And I'm only probably going to be streaming for another 20 minutes, so... yeah. That would be painful. Okay.
Now look it.
You're silly. Yeah, I was in the middle of this room and Cody warped me out. That's what it was.
What 6 plus 2 times 2 is 10. That's what it equals.
Oh.
I'm very smart about math.
That was ominous.
What?
Don't throw them, big guy. Fuck you, Johnny. You know, I thought about it. I thought about saying thank you, and I was like, no. No. Not gonna happen. No worries, Miss Nix. Thank you for popping in. I hope you feel better. Mm. Can't open the chest. I just want to open the chest. See, who needs actual crowd control stuff when the seed is just like, ha ha, let me do it. Stop it. Fine, I'll kill it. Thank you. Okay, well, you get to live for now. Because I don't have a way to kill you. Woo! Giant lunk! You know what just randomly started playing in my head? The Ken song from Barbie. I have zero idea why. But I mean, like, banger of a song. But random. Oops. Also, they extended the run for Hadestown in movie theaters. If y'all get a chance to see it, go see it. Like, holy crap, was it, like, phenomenal. Like, yes, Hamilton was done very well. I hate to say it, I feel like Hadestown was shot better. But, I mean, Hamilton was also one of the first of its kind doing it. That said, I hope y'all don't have medicine that's, like, giving you anxiety attacks that you have to deal with during it, because that did kind of put a little bit of a damper on it. I also missed about 5 minutes because I had to pee. But my mom said, my mom was like, wow, you went really fast. You also didn't miss anything. I was like, well, I tried. But it felt like I peed forever. There's, like, nothing I can do. Okay, so that is normal. There's a neat arena in chat. Catch that Pokemon.
B12 OG. B12 OG. B12 OG.
But, like, after our neighbors get back from vacation, I'm gonna be like, what an odd place to take me out to. Okay. I'm gonna message her and be like, hey, so there's more Hadestown. You wanna go? Because she's been, like, my musical bestie when no one else wants to go. Or when no one else can go. And she was really bummed that she couldn't go with me and my mom. Like, she was really bummed. I thought I got the one on the other side of the wall. Oh, maybe these were all from the crash. Like, maybe the game crashed and that's why.
You were close.
I don't think any of these were important though. Yeah, these weren't important. Hey, babe. How'd you sleep? Okay. I need items. Like, this is... I need items and not ice traps. Like, that's what I'm running into. I need items and not ice traps. That's also safe. I already checked all that. Mm-hmm. Okay, so I don't need the Triforce piece, the recovery heart, or the ice trap. I do need the beneath the well keyring. I don't know if you guys can even see that because it's probably behind my face. But I can't crawl anyway, so it's not high on my to-do list right now. I don't know what there is for me to do at this point. Have that, so that's definitely a nice trap. Like, I'm just scrolling through and there's so many things I can't do because I don't have songs, I don't have bombs, I don't have slingshot, I don't have crawl, I don't have open chests. That's why I'm really confused that it's like I have only show available checks on, and it's telling me that a lot of these are available and they're not. Can I do... Oh, I don't know if I can... Are those as adult or are those as both? Yeah, you're silly goose. I don't know if it'll show me if I'm looking from up above. I just want, like, some kind of item that will give me something to do at this point before we end. Madams! Heckin' rudes. Oh wait, I wonder, can I pick up the rocks as a kid? I wonder. No. Dang it. Dang it. I thought I could cheat the system. It told me no. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to see if the glittery thing is down there from up here. I don't see it. But that's not saying that it isn't. So we're just gonna... That did not work well for you, Melms. I don't see... Okay, so that is only as an adult. Okay. So the wonder thing's only as an adult. Yeah, because none of them are here. Okay. So that's good to know. There you go. I didn't know I could stand here. Cool. Let's see where this owl takes us, because the other one doesn't take us to a normal place. We didn't check that yet. I can't with you. Hey Alex, welcome in. How are you? What is what? Melons, you're gonna get me killed. Melons. Is Garrot instead. Is Garrot instead. Indeed. How are you, Alex? It's good to see you. I love you too. You sleepy? Go get some sleep then. I have stuff I can do here. I'm okay. My tongue was a bit on fire because I had to eat 6 beans earlier. You need to prepare yourself for ESA week. You don't need to prepare. Just YOLO. It's fine. I regret saying that phrase now. No, I still do love you. Oh, right, I can't open freaking chests. I mean, it would be a funny shenanigan at that point. Melms, I still love you. You missed the other person who came in and who was like actually trolling and didn't even follow. Or stay to watch after that. You can randomize being able to open chests. And that is apparently one of the things that I have to find. Because I just randomized all my settings and let it tell me what to do. Crawling is also one that was randomized. Swim was also randomized, but I found that one. Crawling I have not found yet. Opening chests I have not found yet. So now I'm kind of trying to figure out what I can do. And it doesn't feel like much. I don't... And like the tracker's not tracking appropriately. Because normally it does track logic really well. But this is just telling me, like, it's showing me everything right now, and it shouldn't be. So, I don't know what broke. And where. So, like, it's telling me I can do Frogs in the Rain, and I don't have the Song of Storms. So, like, something's definitely not right. That was Giant Lonk, yeah. Yeah, it pops up. It cracks me up every time. That was interesting. Okay. Okay, so we can do these rocks yet. For now. You sure? There's a Frigivax in chat. Catch that Pokemon. It's part of the event. This seed has also had 50 billion freaking ice traps. Like, look at this. This is insane. That's why I have 390 checks done and sticks. And that's about it. I started with my sword. I started with the Ocarina. The Malin's weird egg was vanilla. Which means that chicken was also vanilla. I mean, they are very strong in comparison, so yeah. I think it's 5 or 6, and I never remember which it is, so I always opt for 6. No, it's not 6, 7.
You were close.
Alright, let's grab you. I know we don't need near domain freestanding piece of art, because that's just junk. And this very well may be yet another freaking ice trap, but you know, we gotta check. I said the thing! Oh no! Oh yeah, all these rocks too. Oh, bomb shoes. Bomb shoes are good. I can blow stuff up now. That gives me something. Every single one of those so far has been a freaking ice trap, too. And I died. Like, my death count is gonna be so high. And it's not even because of you guys. I do. This one might take the cake. Like, I don't even know how many there have been. So, like, it's saying I have almost the entire seed available, and I'm like, but I don't. Why do you think I have almost the entire seed available, game? I really don't understand. Spriggies. He has been really loving the fact that we have foster kittens right now. He has totally not gotten any bowls to lick after we make up food. Oh, there's some water bits I missed too. Okay. So now let's grab... I'm about to get hit, aren't I? I'm about to get hit. Dodged. Yeah, it does that a lot. It's okay, I call myself one too. You're a loser, baby, a loser, goddamn loser. Just like me. Thank you. Grab the chicken. Now I'm gonna have to watch Has Been Hotel again, which is good because I bought the first season on DVD. Alright, let's check where this one goes first. Nothing necessary. Cool. Well, now that we have bomb shoes, we only have 10. Okay. Well, that's crap too. I don't know if I can reach these. I can! Okay, cool. Are any of these gonna be real? Nope. Can this one at least be real, please? Oh, thank God. Regression. It may only be a little bit, but we found some. No touching. Bye-bye. Okay. Can't do anything here. Okay. I bet you can tell I get stuck with bomb shoes so much that I know, like, timing and stuff for it. That's not a bomb shoe spot. Okay. Well... I really want to just open chests, please. I do. I promise. I do. Can I please open chests? Please. I want to open chests. That's a shame. It smells good.
Turned out really good. Yeah. But he probably won't finish eat all of his SpaghettiOs if he wants the rest of that. I have bread thawed out so we can eat the bread too.
Okay. That works. This is a tricky one. This is a tricky scene. Like, just trying to route it, I'm like, I'm not 100% on where it's wanting me to go. And what the best move is. You're gonna be my baby forever.
No.
You're my baby.
You're baby.
I'm Graham's baby. She calls me her baby still. Yeah.
You should go break it.
He's my second baby. I'm not even here. This game is rude. I sent it the wrong way. It's fine. There's a wishy-washy in chat. Catch that Pokemon. I only have one more. This is a problem. Let me get back to Dodongo's cavern, maybe. But that might just be a future me problem, because I'm hungry. And it's gonna be dinner time soon. I can't go this way. Here, let's do...
Good, buddy. I'm glad.
You were close.
Yeah. The combs and brushes to get the fleas off the pillows. See how small your teeth are.
What a crow. There we go. This way. There we go. Excuse me. So we have to go this way. Oh yeah, we got the times for his bus, by the way.
Did we?
Mm-hmm.
Did it come in an email?
Mm-hmm. I don't know if I got it just because I'm the one who filled out the form. But do you want me to forward it to you or just screenshot? Okay.
I got too many emails about transportation today, but I don't think it's time.
Oh, now we just got an email. Breakfast and lunch are free again. I love that that's a thing. Not that she uses it. Maybe. That's true. Yeah, Brennan. Stop running. Get up there, thank you. Hey, Amy. Welcome in. How are you? Like how I just instinctively just button mash anymore. Can't open that chest still. Can't open that chest. Can't bomb those eyes. Can't do much of anything. Alright, well... we can get back to the forest temple. That's all I can do here. I think that's where I'm gonna end up calling it, guys. We'll continue this one next week. This is a challenging one. This is definitely one of the more challenging feeds I've had in a while. So let's see who we've got on that we can rate to. Let's see. Let's see. We've got someone playing Out of Sight, which was a horror game that I really loved. We got someone playing Rust. Got someone playing Lords of Magic, Final Fantasy X. Final Fantasy X. What kind of vibe are we feeling? I almost feel like we need to go to Final Fantasy X just because it's pretty. Although, there's also Sai. I don't know. Sai or Riddy? Should we go to Sai or Riddy? Riddy. I feel like it's been a hot minute since we've rated Riddy. Alright. There are our raid messages. Thank you guys for joining me today. I hope you guys had fun with this seed, and I hope you guys used a lot of your crowd control coins, because you guys really do have entirely too many. As a reminder, we are still raising funds for Dream Girl Summer for 1000 Dreams Fund. We are at $100. I'm hoping to hit 575 just because that would be 2K raised on Tiltify in total. That would just be amazing. So if you can, please donate. Thank you for being here, Miss Lux. Yeah, let's go give Riddy some love and support while they play the game that I really didn't enjoy playing. It was so pretty, but I really didn't enjoy it. Remember, stay kind, stay curious. Love you guys. Bye.